I had to figure out some last second dog stuff. I don't know if you were able to see, but I picked up a dog bed and moved it because right as I started the stream, someone came home. So the plan was to just have the dog with me so he can't see out the window or anything. Nick, thanks for being here so early. Nick, Grax, and Vol. And Brian came right as stream started. Asamia, April, Viva, Gravito, Sa. Nice to see you. Fennec, enjoy the lurk. I have the dog, not with me. My mom said she'll take him now, and I was like, pretty sure he's still gonna bark and stuff. So I was like, it'll be less work for me to have the dog down here, I think, because I don't mind him moving around and doing whatever. It's just the barking. It just like on a primal level, like gets to me. It just instantly makes me really anxious. I don't know. It's like, it's almost that simple. It's just that simple. A labradoodle, a black labradoodle. Aristocrat, hello. So he's fine in every other way, but not too big. Not too big. It's like closer to like, I feel like the poodle sort of size. I'm not. I don't know his weight. I was like, I don't know how to describe the size. I was like, oh, weight might have been good, but I don't even know that. So many size. Yeah, that's true. That's true. He's just, I don't know. He's maybe like this big or something in his body, and then his head. Maybe I don't. I don't know. I'm not. He's not a dog you're gonna put in a bag for sure. No. You're not gonna carry him around in a designer bag. But he's not the. I've never thought of him as a big dog. The bark is lower pitch, yeah, but I guess it gets high pitch because, dude, the dog himself, like, I swear, like, has anxiety issues. So he'll like whimper, and then when the barking happens, it's like it's a cross between a bark and like a yelp, and like he'll go back and forth. So it's just like, it's like a painful. It's not even like a powerful bark. It's just like So that's what I'm hearing all the time. So I get pain, something like that. Because, yeah, all you have to do is, like, someone just needs to. It's when people walk up to the door, but also when people leave. Okay. So, a couple things. I did actually want to. I'm curious. I'm going to. Yeah, he needs a lot of stuff, which is why I'm trying to, like. I gotta do way more than, I should sort of have to. Dog cam, it's like, well, maybe that's kind of what I was thinking about, at least just having him here. I don't know how he'll react. They are too much work. That's why I did. It's like, I don't know how much I can say because, like, it's not my house. Like, I don't own the house. But I don't know. I'll figure it out. Okay, so I had some questions. I need a cat. Yeah, Oh, that's loud. This may seem like a small thing, but I wanted to change the thumbnail. And I was trying to, I was looking for thumbnails yesterday, and I was looking at paintings, and I ended up going with one that I wasn't the biggest fan of, but it didn't seem to quite fit the music as much as I wanted it to. So this is an actual question. Does anybody know of any art or paintings or something? I had this like sort of Renaissance style in mind that would fit this piece, and like, so what I get, so it was like tears, but not, the one I had was literally entitled Melancholy. But like, this isn't melancholy, this is more like, I imagine someone looking up and like really crying and like crying out or something like that, as opposed to just like being sad or like depressed or something. Whoops. Murillo. Bartolome. Oh, it is Murillo. So the first thing that like came to mind, hey, what's up, Jack? And HQ, nice to see you. The first thing that came to mind was like the name Caravaggio, which I don't know if you're familiar. It's something kind of closer. See, you can even see what this sort of type of drama. Hey, what's up, Scotty? But I was like, I don't know if a beheading even quite fits. It's like, I don't know about all that. Maybe something like this, but someone doing something more like this? Like, how are there not tons of depictions of people sort of like wailing, maybe you could say? That's too much. I looked for like screaming things, and it was more of like rage screaming. And so that, like, that didn't work. So like, this doesn't quite work. This is kind of closer. Oh, you can't see my cursor. This is like kind of close. This is like kind of, these two are like kind of closer to what I'm thinking. This is a little too sad. Well, that's the thing. It's like, and this is, I think this is it's interesting to me, and something that I think is important to think about as well. So I saw this one too. This one, I was actually thinking about this. I was going between this one and the one I did pick. But maybe I can switch it to this, but this is, like, you can see the difference between this and then the one that I picked was, Whoops. So so this is just like, I feel like this is a totally different feeling. So if we do this, because it's like I could use this painting or something, but that's more like the Google place. Nope. It actually has to be lighter. Daedalus, thank you for the 17-month resub. Oh wait, we looked at that one. I think I have to copy this whole thing. Oh, this is kind of nice. I think I did see this one too when I was looking for stuff. I looked for a lot yesterday. Like, a lot. Yeah, and this is so... Then I just looked at, Stop. Okay, or don't zoom. All right. I'm trying to think. It's like it's more, these things I feel like are more subtle than it may seem. I don't know how to describe it. Where like just the difference sometimes in what you're trying to depict, the way you do it. You know, the whole Pompeii thing. You know, that whole. Even the differences between this, again, you guys can't see the whole face at once in this, but Je t'aime, hello, bébou. Tanguy, salut. Nail, hello. Hello, Ree. Yeah, it's nice to have these things, for one, I feel like they're inspirational. Because it's just like, oh, just come up with an idea. It's like, okay. I guess. You can kind of ways you can kind of do something like that. Quite wonderful. Thank you, JSK. That was lovely. What was that? I was just making that up. That was me playing to what these two paintings seemed like to me. If that makes sense. So I tried to a friend actually, you know, I said I was hanging out with some friends after the stream on Friday, and one of them was like, "Dude, I've been watching the things you've been putting up on YouTube," and he was like, "Do you ever talk about, or even think about, if you do you think about, or if you do think about, do you talk about it too, like what goes into like what you're doing, or like what the thought process is?" And it's like a combination of, I've talked about this before, if anyone's interested, that there are some very straightforward things that are like sort of purposefully added in, but they have to like fit within some sort of frame. So for example, did anybody notice anything? I didn't want to make it too over the top at the very end of what I did, the very end of the last thing you just heard like a couple minutes ago. There was something that was way more sort of how would you put it? Well, I played this at the end. You know my tricks. But what is that? Speaking of true, like this is... So yeah, it was like the Dies Irae theme that's been used for now hundreds and hundreds of years. Just the... to signal some sort of day of wrath. And so like that's one level of adding something in. But then what I said by like making things fit into a mold is you can't just go, oh yes, you're like playing something, and then you just go, all right, so I added that thing, and it's like, yeah, but what do you do with it? Also, you said Berlioz, and he does that in if this is... Yeah, so the Symphonie Fantastique has that all throughout it. So Dream of Witch's Sabbath is quite it paints quite the picture. So you can hear like these tolling bells, and this is just a clip from it because it's longer than 1:34 seconds. But you hear like a descent into hell. There's these sort of strange effects that he has, the bowed string players do for one. And so they're like some literal things that are like this is like kind of something closer to like programmatic music. I mean, you could probably say it is. It's not like, well, no, even like he had a story for it. It's not like an opera or something, but uh, there can be literal depictions of things. There can be, those are sort of more straightforward to a certain extent. There are these things where you can throw in as a nod to certain stuff, allusions to other works, whether it's musical or otherwise. And then there are things like, okay, well, in some sort of, Day of Judgment type thing, it seemed to be like if I actually had like an orchestra at hand and not just some string sounds, it would have been nice to have some sort of horns. Hello. Hello, Vera. Some sort of horn call, like. Yeah, definitely French horns doing, French horns definitely doing this. And what you can hear there is like it sounding like perhaps you're like Star Wars? Like there's no way John Williams did that by accident. So we didn't get to use too much orchestral sort of effects because there wasn't really much you could change. But you could try to change register. Adding these timpanis was the only thing like that. So that's something, but we can't just switch over to horns or something. Now, when I press these higher, the notes in this higher part of the keyboard with this setting, it does add some like this. To me, I can at least hear the attack of like the horns in this much clearer. Maybe we could even do that. You could even nod over to Berlioz. Whoops. Yeah, so there's all sorts of there's different types of things you can do. What I would like to have overall is that no matter how many of these things you try to put in, that it at least fits within like the resulting sound still fits the mood of whatever, well, whatever sort of whatever you have in mind. And so you can't just throw things around just because it literally there's some connection. You can't just go, oh well, it's gonna work because there's a connection to it. It's like, no, you gotta. You're still music is still the medium. Like, I know you should say sound is the medium, but like music is still the thing you're doing. So like, if not, the whole music would just literally be as close as I could get to depictions of this. I just have screaming and crumbling and, I don't know, thunder and lightning and stuff. And there'd be no music at all because probably wouldn't be music here. So like, but that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to use music. I'm not trying to create a, this isn't a film we're trying to make where I'm trying to do the sound design for the film. Wait, this just got altered. Where did the strings go? Oh, you... No, this thing lets me... I must have hit this by accident. This... I get this... I guess this... So this is just the strings. This is just horns. And this is just weird. Hello, Karina. Final boss battle? Yeah, I mean, like, that's what it should be. Like, this is like a... This is gonna be close to a boss battle theme. This is pretty much... Karina, thank you for the 14 bits. So, yeah, I don't know. That's just some stuff I think about for those who are curious. Was a rigged final boss. Yeah, it was definitely one of those things where you're like, you think you're supposed to survive, but dying in the battle is like part of the storyline, and it's just you don't actually die. It just transitions immediately into a cutscene. Just progresses the story. Which I've never... Anytime that comes up in a game, because sometimes I'm like... Knowing that that's a possibility in games is always like... It's kind of weird, because it can be sort of a cool effect thing, but then it's like... You're maybe fighting someone for the first time, and you're like... Am I just supposed to... Should I just give up? Or, like... Should I actually try to win in this thing and not give... Is this just a losing battle? Especially if it goes on for a long time. It's like, dude, am I supposed to die? Or am I just dumb and I don't know how to... actually... take damage off the boss? Like... Yeah, you waste your item, you do all this stuff, you use all your resources. That's right, yeah, and you cure yourself, revive yourself a bunch of times, and it was like, oh, dude, you were just supposed to die, and now you wasted everything. Alright, I never tuned to it. So, let me do this. So who am I kidding? I never use items in games. I always save them so that I don't have to use them. We have them so we don't have to use them. Welcome, Daniel Music. You followed last stream, right, on Friday? Thank you, Karina. No one's getting a free 4-tier pyramid around here. Or any pyramid for that matter. Can't tell if that person's serious or not. What's up, Kush? Thanks for the claps. Did I miss something good? Well, I was playing that, and someone their first chat in the thing says, "Can you play Wonderwall?" I feel like regardless of whether that's a joke or not, it's still unfortunate that it exists. I'm gonna be honest. Today is one of those days. It felt like even before the stream. I'm just like not feeling it today. So I probably just won't say much. About anything, really? Maybe? Hey, Bob. Stina, thank you. Thank you for the raid. Whoops. Welcome, everyone. I hope the stream went well. Sorry, I don't have the most energy today. I apologize, and I'm very bad at faking that stuff, so I just want you to know. I don't really know what to say, but thank you for bringing everyone over. I'm not sure how long I'm gonna go today. It's one of those days where I can't stop thinking about my stupid hands. Where, like, playing guitar just like isn't enjoyable. It's just like annoying. Like it's uncomfortable. Yeah, that's the word. It feels uncomfortable. I don't know. I don't even really feel like getting into it. That's stupid. If someone else wants to maybe help out, because a bunch of here know what's going on, I just don't even. I don't know. I think I'm kind of tired today. So I'll try to play more or something. don't know what to do. I'm like not enjoying play. I feel like I'm just torturing myself right now. I just can't stop thinking about this stuff. This is like maddening. I don't know what to do. Yeah, unfortunately, talking doesn't really help. It typically makes things worse, because then people get annoyed. Or they annoy me by trying to give me advice that I'm not looking for. Or then people will be like, shut up and play music. Or something. I part of me just wants to just give up, like how long I know it may seem silly to some of you, but it's just it's just so not enjoyable. Everything with I just feel the tension in my left hand. I just feel how it's tight. I see things and I'm like, there's literally nothing I can do. Again, I'm gonna meet with the hand surgeon this Thursday. So in less than a week. And I don't know what's gonna happen. I just like, what are they gonna do? Reconstruct my whole hand? Is there any diagnosis? No, but I met with the person. I saw a licensed like hand therapist. They didn't know what was going on. I saw the hand surgeon. He didn't know what was going on from the X-rays, so I went to get an MRI and also an EMG, and then we're going to reconvene on Thursday, and with that information, see what's up. But I don't know, because again, there's two totally different things. And it's just impossibly distracting. It's like I don't know. I'm looking. It's just like I feel like I almost feel like really stupid too. What I mean by that is like not actually stupid, but not foolish, but something maybe closer to foolish. It was like it's like why did I pick? I probably picked the worst thing. If you like maybe try to fit the idea that like form fits with some type of function, it's like, yo, I picked the wrong thing. I picked the last instrument that my fingers, that like my anatomy fits with. It was the worst decision that I couldn't have known. But this is like this is just the worst thing. Yeah, but I'm just getting like I don't like the idea of feeling ultimately limited, if that makes sense. Meaning like going, well, no amount of practice is going to change it. It's like, yeah, that's real encouraging. There's just so many things. That's probably part of why I wasn't in a good mood today. There was that. There was a couple other things. I was like just trying to look at stuff. It's like maybe I'm just like not thinking about it right. Maybe I just need to relax. It's like, dude, there's some things that should be so easy. I just can't do it. It's been so many years. I just can't. Like I literally like. I need like. I just feel like I'm not supposed to do it. And if that wasn't, sort of discouraging enough to now have this strange, sort of irritating sensation every time I pluck a string with this finger, which is like all the time, sometimes multiple times a second, I just can't stand how uncomfortable it is. And it's like, dude, give me a break. What am I supposed to do? Now, I know that sounded like a question because it was, but it wasn't actually. It was a rhetorical question of, I hope so too, Nico. I hope. Again, I don't know. I just can't. I'm improvise. The thing is, I'm not even sure I feel like inspired or motivated to do that, at least right now. Which is why I'm kind of just standing here, like, rubbing my neck. Hello, Teddy. This is just, oh man, I don't know how to, like, it's not just physically uncomfortable, but it's also, I feel like it just makes me anxious. I just get, like, actually anxious. And it's making me really on edge. And there's a lot of other stuff that people may not know about if you're watching right now that add to anxiety. Someone here knows what I'm talking about. Maybe two people here know what I'm referring to something I found out someone said about me. Essentially this person, 3 people, that's right, yeah. 3 people. But it's like, dude. I don't have a third nipple. That is not the issue. If I did, I would just flaunt it and be that person on Twitch and boom. Your hands, your nervous system. Yeah, well, I don't think it's the nervous system, but well, there's 2 things. It's definitely here, something. I don't know how much it's been weird for so long. I don't even remember what it's supposed to feel like. And then this has got to be something structural, but I feel like it's just something with my whole body because I feel like this is my whole body, from my wrist, fingers, every single joint in every direction. My arms, just like my whole body is just like, and what makes me think it's not something just like neurological is that, for one, the EMG seemed to be fine, but also it's a struggle for me or anyone else to move my fingers and hands and things like that. Like the hand therapist, the neurologist who did the EMG like a week ago, and the hand surgeon are all like, they don't know what's going on. Like, it's not even psychosomatic. It's not like, oh, I just think this, and if I just tried harder or something, it's like there's this weird resistance. I don't know what, and it's just making everything difficult. It's just that, I guess, in combination with other stuff in my life, is just starts to take a toll. Tightness or too... Well, I need some loose... This is like... This is just... This is so unreasonable. This is... So, I don't know. I'm just a little lost and not inspired to do anything at the moment. No other option? Well, it's like, dude, part of me is literally going like, what are they going to do? Just like cut up every... Like open up my hand and just like, I don't know, cut and just like reform everything? Like, what's going to happen? Yeah, Nico. There's those issues too. That's along the lines of the fatigue stuff. So there's like, which again, another reason why someone who, came in here not knowing anything, thinking they did, and then making quick judgments was not a wise thing on their part. Hello, Soul Vibes. Depends on whose hand it is. How am I doing? Not the best today, at least. I don't know. I don't know. I literally don't know what to say. I'm just sitting here scratching my beard on live streaming. Vol, thank you for gifting that sub to Soul Vibes. And hello, Origami. I don't know what to do. I haven't even been streaming for 2 hours. But I just... And I don't want to sit here being all like, even though I know it's not this, I don't want to sit here and just like, I don't want to have the stream just be sad session with Schnaff. So I do that too much, and so I don't want to do that. But I also don't want to just stop streaming. Like, that's why I feel stuck. Because you can't just not stream. I mean, I guess you can. You can't do that. It's like, what happened? And I think, and Vera said YouTube, maybe looking at silly stuff on YouTube, but it feels forced. I'm not in a cheerful mood, which is one of the things. I don't know if people, realize, and not every stream and stream community and everything like that is, they're not the same at all. People do different things, have different moods to the streams, have different things they do on stream, but there tends to be a sense of a push to be at least more positive than negative, something like that. And so it can be more difficult maybe than one may think to be in front of people, and when you're just not feeling some way, to like fake it. I'm very bad at that. And if you don't believe me, then you haven't watched the stream enough. C'est facile à dire que de fermer, ça ne sert à rien. Yeah, I agree, Méoline. Je suis d'accord. Méoline. I have very obsessive thoughts, like very bad. Mailene's basically saying like, you know, it's sort of easier said than done, but it's useless to just, you know, think before you get the results. Then courage, I love as instead of like good luck, it's like courage, which is, I think it's cool because it focuses on the person as opposed to the things around them. So instead of good luck with something, the luck is like not in your control, but it's like bon courage. Just courage is like, shall you do your best? Namaste, magic lover. Where am I from? The United States, the Northeast, in New England. But yeah, it's weird. I'm like not even. It's not even like, oh yes, I shall turn this into some. It's cheap. No, it's fine. I have free healthcare. I know people say it, but like I don't. I think people like. I think maybe people have a different idea of what things are. I think we get a worse reputation than we should have in the States, but yeah, I get free healthcare. I can't go see any doctor ever, like the, you know, the doctors that take the insurance. It's not every single doctor, so that is kind of the cost, but like I literally pay nothing for anything. So I can't really be here complaining. I'd feel really uncomfortable doing that. Yeah, and Jester, there's even with the insurance I have, like we can just search and find. There's usually plenty of people. There's usually plenty of people. And even if there isn't, so like the stuff I had done back in March, that stuff was not covered. But by saying, "Hey, this is the only person that can do this. I have to go here and like my health depends on it." You end up getting it. You can get it covered. So yeah, a little bit of a pain in the butt to do, but it works. They're kind of like, hey, if we have someone for you who's on this list, don't go see someone else. There's like 50 people in this super tiny state who do this thing. It's like, don't be going to somewhere else that's not on the on the plan. I don't know. That's also why it doesn't help when the dog barks and stuff like that too. Because again, it may seem small, but it's like all these little things and some big things. Stream guitar? No, not really. That's another reason why it's very important or significant. Eat the dog? Part of me wishes I could. At least he'd stop yelling. I'm even like thinking of jokes in my head, like they're just like popping up. Like I feel like I can't go past what I'm already saying. I just like don't have the energy to say things. I don't know. So, who's having a great Sunday? This sucks. My birthday's tomorrow too. I'll be streaming by man, I hope I'm in a better mood. Jesus. Dude, you had a birthday like exactly a year ago. This is suspicious. I am getting older. I don't know. I feel like I should stop sighing, but I don't know. There's probably some physiological, evolutionary reason for sighing in situations like these. I don't know. I don't know what to say. That I don't know what to do. Maybe I should just end the stream, and probably end the stream. Look at my nail a bunch. Try out some sort of way of altering it. Have it not really. I don't know. I'm. Hey, Auntie Seta. I'm more worried about, like, here's the other thing in terms of anxiety and stuff. I gotta worry about, like, money and stuff, because streaming can be really tough in that sense. If you're not on a team, you don't have a salary, stuff like that, sponsors, it's like, if you don't stream, you don't make money. And so there's, like, always this anxiety of, things being depleted. So, like, even during a stream, sometimes I'll start a stream, get subs, and end the stream with a lower sub count than when I started. So, like, that's the rate. That's, like, kind of what I mean there. Subs are no. Well, I mean, even if it wasn't subs, just bits. It's just the idea of getting money in sort of tip form, in a not sustained form. Which is like someone suggested making a Patreon account, which I have, but I just don't feel comfortable promising any more than what I'm already doing. So it's like, what do I do? Just have one tier, and that's just like pay to help support. En fait, c'est donc. Uncle Paul, tu parles français? Cousin Annie? Salut? I was like, ta tante en comté? Hello, Ludwig. Many people have that, then maybe I should just do that. Because it's just like another. It's just another thing. Like, I gotta think about. Bien sûr. Okay, I didn't know. Now I know. Let's see. And it's also not nice. You know, you have people watching and stuff, and I'm just not doing anything. Yeah, but if people are new, I just don't like being like, I just don't, it's not fun for me. I don't think it's fun for anyone else. This is not what I want it's just not what I want the stream to be. So whether it's like, you know, okay or not or something like that is a little different. It would take a lot to make me shave, Bob. I feel like my face would look so weird. It would have to take something very sort of it would have to be something personal. So sometimes I see people do things like shave their head or shave their beard or something like that for like maybe charities or fundraise or something, and that would never be the thing. I'd rather just give the money myself or something like that. I think I'd have a panic attack if I was like forced to do so, like alter my appearance against my will for something else. I'd panic. It wouldn't be fun at all to see. It would not be like good content. You'd be like, oh, this is like. You'd probably want to like turn away. Be like, oh, this is like somewhat disturbing. First year teaching is probably 8 years ago. Anazu, hello. And I had a beard before that too, but I just shaved it, and I was like, oh, I hate the way this looks. And I was like, I'm not doing this again. Some skill levels? Oh, I'm not sure I know exactly what you mean by that. Or Discord? I don't know if I can check now. That's right, yeah. I don't want any doofuses. Bring in their dumb opinions. Yeah, nobody asked, and I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm gonna say this thing. Because I want attention, and it makes me feel better about myself. That's essentially what anyone who does that should probably just be saying instead. I've never done anything on my own, so I'm gonna criticize other people to make myself feel better. That should also probably be added in there. So now that we've described the majority of viewers on Twitch, Vol, thank you for gifting that sub to Magic Lover. And Ministeel, thank you for the 7-month resub. And Viva, thank you for the 11-month resub. And for being huge support since you came here. I'm trying so hard. I drink all of them. Sis, thank you for the 100 bits. And Vol, thank you for the 5 gift subs. And Cassie, thank you for the 220 bits. I should probably either memorize it or not. Either memorize it or read it. Auntie Seta, or maybe Paul? It's Auntie Seta's account. The bits are linked to her account. Thank you for the 500 bits. Origami, thank you for gifting the sub out. And Captain Moonscar, thank you for the resub. Those subs are those are big, because what we were talking about before in terms of lack of sort of financial security, it's like the closest you can get in terms of that type of thing from streaming. Just because it renews. And Vol, thank you for gifting that sub to Sis. I'm looking up. I don't even know. What is Gabo's? There's a no. I don't know what that. Okay. Mario parody Liebestrom? No. 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 Have I heard it? No. It's magical. So, yeah, I don't want to play it. Also, I don't know why I would be able to play a piece that I don't know. Like, literally had never heard. Now, I know Liebestrom. I know who Franz Liszt is. That's, like, his most popular song. No, I know. I get it. You like a song. So I do know it, but you said a Mario parody? Yeah, just forget it. I don't feel like listening to it. He's a crazy good guitarist. Okay. I okay. Yeah, that was so many seconds. Thanks, Scotty. I just don't. It's like, thanks. It's like, just stop. Hey, Tanya. Um, yeah, I smiled when I saw the message. So only mods and the streamer see it. When I saw that you banned him, I was just expecting it because, again, I've been around this stuff. Some people who are maybe new to Twitch and stuff may not understand, but you start to see patterns that you can't necessarily articulate what the pattern is. But like, I was just expecting that message to come up ahead of time. I was like, there's no way this dude isn't jumping into one of the mods and probably Scotty's DMs and trying to whisper and be like, "Dude," with this voice in text form. "Dude, all I did is wanted to." It just have it just so for those who yeah. That's what I smirked at midway through. Cause just see it all the time. It's like so that person didn't realize this is important. I don't know if anyone noticed this. Did I seem happy with their line of questioning and what they were talking about? If you notice, the more they talk, the more I think it was clear that I was just like upset and like not happy. But that person was not. They just cared about what they wanted to say. Does that make sense? So like, doesn't matter what other people around think or the person streams just like this thing. Me, it's like, dude, are you even looking and like listening to my responses? I'm clearly like not happy with this, and I'm trying to be nice, and you're just looking down like, just what else can I get out of it? Like, more. It's like, hello? Look up, over here. Does it look like... Does it... Myself with no beard. Ugh. I know there's like... I don't think I have the picture anymore. The oldest I've been without a beard, there was a picture of it. My first year teaching. I looked like one of the students. Yeah, so for those who are new to Twitch, that's it's an unfortunately common thing. You know, I was watching a stream the other day, and there was a poll on what type of things people would want to see. Let's see, because I don't want to say too much information, although I guess it doesn't really matter. But what people in chat? There's maybe 7,000 people watching, something like that. What they'd want to see a therapist and a client role play, and it was what? I can't get a girlfriend. I'm failing out of college. I can't apply for a job or something like that. And then I'm addicted to video games, and it was just like... Just those questions basically described Twitch and the number of people who are like, dude, I can't get a girlfriend, like, please, we like talk about that. That's what I'm going through, all this stuff. It's like yeah, that's like kind of those questions and the responses to them and the way that resonates with so many people who are watching. It's like it is a reflection of the general viewer base, which is just like does not fit here a lot of the time. Hello, Squid. Now, fortunately, the demographic is changing towards something that's more well-rounded, but it's still not there. And it still is kind of a nasty, pretty bizarre culture to it. Bizarre and often toxic culture to it. And that's not fair to me. Yeah, it's like, oh, I don't even think I don't even know if it, I hope it never goes to Facebook, folk. I kind of hope it does, in a certain sense. Like, if it means, like, the type of, the general, like, immaturity in the behavior is, I don't know about you, but, like, it kind of makes me just go, like, it's not something I enjoy. I don't know, do you guys like that stuff? Like, I know some people do, and it's not so clear as, like, either you have to be really stuck up and stiff or something, or you have to be crazy and insane and just say the worst, most edgy stuff possible. Like, it doesn't have to be one of those two extremes, but, like, man, it's like, it's a little rough. It's a little rough. This ever-changing ways humanity is going to have real conversations, considering our society as a whole is moving towards online-only conversing. Lots of guys, yeah, there are. I think when I last checked, it was 65% male, 64%, which is better than a few years ago. It was over 80% males, and then I forget what percentage was 18 to 34, but that's still like the core chunk of it. It's mainly dudes who are 18 to 34, so that should tell you something. Like, it's something to consider, maybe is what you could say. Aren't into relationships? Yeah, I've seen some pretty unfortunate, sort of depressing things in Japan specifically, which is not to say they're the only place it's happening, but that's where I've seen, like, documentaries of these things. Am I aging out now? What do you mean? I don't know if I know what that means. Unless it's like, am I getting to an age where it's like it doesn't work, like, or something? I don't want to let the culture of Twitch, like, push me away from the idea of, yes, I am old. Tomorrow I'll be old, officially. But if anyone's noticed, the demographics of this stream do not match the overall Twitch demographics, which is, I'm almost proud of in a certain sense. Thanks, sis. But I don't know. Well, there's a difference. So, like, there's a few different things. I also know that's, like, kind of a joke thing, you know, and it's in quotes and stuff. There's a lot of behavior that's, like, you can think about, like, you can separate things that are different between generations, like lingo that's used and stuff like that. You can look at cultural things, behavioral things, music and stuff like that. I'd be more concerned if I was like, kids these days in their music, or they're talking in a certain way, and someone's like, I don't know if that's important. I don't know if there's anything, but like actual behavior. And so if you have something built around immature behavior, there's a difference between that and like immature taste. Does that make sense? So if you're like, I don't want these kids to be talking like this, it's a young thing, or it's like, that's like, there's nothing better or worse about it. But there is something better or worse in general about mature versus immature behavior. And again, it doesn't need to be just one thing. It's not like everyone you never say anything nasty or make inappropriate jokes or something. But there's a real lack of like awareness, which makes sense, I guess, for the age groups we're talking about. So it's not like, hey, these kids need to grow up. But it's almost like, I hope the website grows up a bit. Older people can be very immature. So can I. I mean, look at all the quotes I have, which, you know, most of them are out of context, but I say terribly inappropriate things. But there's also, you know what I say? I say horrific things in private around my friends. I say terrible things. But it doesn't mean I just go and do that. Like, I think that's part of being mature. It's not that you don't become boring. At least I hope not. But you just go, oh yeah, maybe I just shouldn't say this thing here in front of these people. It's like, or maybe you, like, you know, Scotty used this term and people use it all. Like, maybe you read the room. Maybe you don't act the same way in front of strangers as you do around your best friends. Well, that's how I talk with my friends. It's like, okay, this is not, you don't know me. I don't know who you are. What are you doing, dude? Yeah, what's up, shithead? Yeah. It's like, what? Why'd you say? No, dude, I call my friends that and they like, it's like, yeah, could you? People do that stuff. They pop in their very first message. They're like way too comfortable. I like Rich calls people out for that a lot. He's like, dude, you're getting way too comfortable. People just come in. They just act it doesn't, but they're not like looking at anyone around them. They're just going on, not realizing that no one's responding to them. The streamer's telling them not to do stuff. The streamer's getting uncomfortable. It's like really clear. They're maybe even saying it out loud and the person's just like oblivious and just like, oh my God, dude. You should probably not do that. A small period of time. Yeah, and if you can't get it right away, sometimes you can get it, or you can be a little more reserved, perhaps, when you first meet people. Like, this doesn't have to be specific to Twitch. I think it's maybe a little easier when we don't have the same social pressures that come from in-person interactions, which again are like people's stares. The deep level of discomfort that comes if someone does something that's let's say not wanted or not accepted by the tribe. Like, you'll feel that stare in these faces and stuff like that. Whereas on Twitch, you're in your chat or you're leaving a comment or something, boom, you're giggling to yourself. You don't see that other people are like, ugh. If he wasn't listening to audio, yeah, it was just totally oblivious. Just like, you can come across wrong. Yeah, there's that stuff too. Should you leave? You feel concerned? Are you a rude person? I don't know, like, you can, I don't know, like, and that's the thing, there's no, like, we make, like, there's like the, you know, the channel rules and stuff, but you can't, these rules aren't very simple. It's why moderating just a website in general is difficult. You can't even, it'd be nice if you could make things super clear cut. Like, you just can't say these words. Say no critics. Just continue. Read it loud? Wait, I don't know what that means. Read it out loud? Why? Not everyone. Yeah, I feel like I'm pretty sure like 99% of people don't read the rules. Which is like, okay. But just like, then maybe chill out or play it safer if you're not going to read the rules. Do I pursue this further? I feel like Sis doesn't agree with the rule to not have unsolicited criticism in the stream? Is that something? Yeah? Why do you think that? What's the problem with that? I'm here to improve? Okay, so there's two things. One, am I here to improve? Also, so there's two assumptions. One, that the whole reason I stream is to improve. And the second is that it's necessary to open up criticism at any point from any person, regardless of their qualifications or trust or respect between me and them. And that would be even necessary to improve if I did want to improve. What do you think about that? Because that's pretty much everybody's argument. Must be told in respect, but straight. So let's say someone's just like out on the street, or they're eating at a restaurant, and they're like really overweight. How do you feel about walking up to that person, telling them they're fat, and that they need to lose weight, and they need to diet and exercise, and if not, it'll pose like health risks? Does that seem appropriate? They're not trying to make a show. How does that change things? Do you think someone who makes a show is now, I don't know, open to, like, the show doesn't matter? I'm not sure what that means. You're exposed to critics? Yeah, but that's by streaming? Yeah, but you shouldn't be. You can at least ask for that to not be the case. That shouldn't be justification for doing it. Yeah, it's the same as hecklers, like with comedians. You expose yourself to hecklers. It's like heckling is still bad. You don't go to a concert. Yeah, exactly. You don't go to a concert and be like, you choose a public life? Yeah, but you're still justifying bad behavior by the fact that it's almost likely to happen. Like, does that make sense? Like, to ask and to not want bad behavior. I'm not acting like I'm totally shocked. In fact, I just spent a bunch of time talking about why there is so much of this behavior. Okay, let's say there's a fat person playing music. And you're like, you're fat and you need to improve. Oh my God, Bob. Saying, well, we don't have to go into that, but like, I feel like this is an excuse, like, fat black play the best. BB King. You should probably not deflect if you actually care about what you're saying and stuff. So what do you think about that? Or how about this? What if BB King was playing Louis Armstrong? Okay, this doesn't, I don't care. I'm not sure how that connects. These are non sequiturs. But so sis, if you were at a concert and you started saying out loud to the person Louis Armstrong or BB King when they were alive, do you think that's appropriate, or do you think maybe there's a certain time and place from certain people that criticism should be given? Yeah. Because I'm gonna be honest. I've thought about this a lot. I know that may not, like, I don't know, sound good. Like, I've thought about it, but like, where? It's just no one wants to hear, like, I don't know. So I say it's such a common thing, and I'm so not surprised that I put it in the chat rules, because you know what? I am open to all sorts of criticism, but I just get it from people who I respect, people who I trust, people who trust me. I direct it. I go, am I ready to accept the criticism? Because if you think criticism is good, because that's one of the things that implied here, that criticism in any way at any point is a good thing and will lead to improvement, that is what you are. That is implied in the argument that anyone who's not open to every instance of criticism, that's within everyone's argument, and that's just not true. Not all criticism at every point by every person is a good thing. Most of it tends to come from people too. What makes it worse, that Twitch, I can tell by the way people even say stuff that they don't know what they're talking about. So then it's unsolicited criticism at bad times from people who don't know what they're talking about. And so it's like, is that going to help me improve? I don't think so. Okay, total hours streamed, 4,831. I spent a lot of time in front of people getting a lot of this criticism. None of it's really ever helpful. I go to friends and colleagues and people I trust for that. Jumping on scene. Okay. Yeah, the free speech thing, it doesn't, yeah, because no one who uses that argument here actually believes it. So, like, I should be able to say the word shit. I should be able to call someone a piece of shit. You don't have to acknowledge it. Yeah, but if someone says it to your face, it's difficult to just pretend it doesn't exist, especially so Cocoa Muffins is new, and I mean, you don't know anything about me and the things I deal with, and I already know where this is going. So, like, I struggle with, like, particularly obsessive thoughts, not so much with the compulsions and issues with anxiety and depression and stuff like that. So when people are just saying things negative like that, especially when I'm playing and it can be distracting, well, it's distracting and not helpful and actually just makes things worse. So then maybe you could say, well, maybe this isn't for you, or maybe you shouldn't do this, or maybe you should just toughen up, or maybe you should do something else, or maybe you should just ignore it. Forehead? Okay. Yeah, maybe. Or I could at least ask. Not force, not like, at least ask and have it be have the request for respect at least accepted, as opposed to being like, it's ridiculous that you would even not want people to do this. Like, so these things are totally different. And back to what I was saying before, I totally think anybody should essentially be able to say whatever the hell they want. I really mean that. But not in every situation. So, and I don't even mean with, like, social consequences and stuff. Like, here's an example. It's like, I think you should be able to call people pieces of shit. Just like in or like you do it. It's like, oh, you're an asshole. Like, okay, whatever. Freedom of yeah, but you have to be kind of careful. I think it's maybe, it depends on the type of consequences. So, like, let's say you have a teacher. I taught first grade for a couple of years. If I was in front of those students, it is not appropriate for me to go, you little pieces of shit, like, free speech. Like, that's not how that works. And so there's different layers to, there's different, there's like a spectrum of what you're saying and who you're saying it around, where you could maybe say your family, or probably at one extreme, or like your closest friends, where you can probably just say the most inappropriate things ever. and it's totally fine. Everyone's on board. And then there are things like very professional situations, maybe situations with younger kids, just different situations where certain types of language, certain types of behavior, just certain things aren't okay. Like, you can go up to your friend and like smack him on the back of the head out of nowhere or something. It's like, oh, dude, what the fuck? Like, and that's how the interaction goes, like that. But going up to a random person or maybe a little kid and you hit him on the back of the head out of nowhere and you don't know them and there's no relationship that had already been established, it's like, dude, you can't do that. Like, those two actions are very different, although you could almost describe them the same way. You could oversimplify it and not have the context be there and they'd sound the same, but they're actually not. So that, again, that's like what happens on stream and just kind of in general. People are like, you exist, I should be able to say this thing, and it's like, we didn't even get into maybe the most important thing, which is like, are you making things better with what you're saying or doing? You know, your actions. Do they make things better? Do they make life worse? Because I think a lot of times people say stuff and their justification is that what they're saying is true, as opposed to, well, what I'm saying is not just true, but it's actually, I have good reason to believe it'll make things better for someone or some people or some situation. I went up to that person eating who's really overweight, and I told them they're really fat. I said they're disgusting to look at, and I would never want to have anything to do with them, and that they need to lose weight and they're so unhealthy and they should be ashamed and stuff. And they got mad. It's true, though. It's true. It's just true, but it's true. So I should be able to, it's true. Boom, clean justification. It's like, there's a lot of things that are true that you just don't say or do. And so, like, that just doesn't track. So what? I mean, I don't know. But that doesn't, I'm not really sure I understand. That doesn't have anything to go back to read the room. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, read the room. Try to read the person too. But like, these aren't like, you don't have to be a mind reader to like guess how these things are going to play out. Like, you just need to exercise some self-control and go like, oh my God, I have this thought. Maybe I don't need to say it out loud. Like, you know how many things I type in chat that I highlight the whole thing and delete it? It's like, yeah, I just like don't need to say this. Or I think something, it's like, I don't need to say that. That's probably gonna make things worse. You know, however you measure it, you can't, there's no number. Although you could probably find, you can find metrics. But just like in general, it's like, yeah, it's gonna be a bad thing to say this. So then I don't say it. Here's another way I put it with like music specific streams. What would you think? Go to following. We'll search. Go to music. Music product. What the hell? What if I went to the music section? Okay. And I go here and I open up Ordo Stream and I go, oh dude, your wrist, you're really not in a good position the way you're playing the piano. You need to do it. Your hands are not curved enough. This is not good. And you're holding the guitar wrong and your thumb's coming up over the thing. You need to be way more on the tips of your fingers. This is all bad. Like, okay. And then we'll just go into Jonathan and talk to him. Oh, Annie, yeah, you're also not playing the guitar properly. Okay, your posture and your position is terrible. You really need to change your hand position. You're really not playing the guitar right. Trust me, I know. No, it's okay. I know what I'm talking about and it's true, so I should be able to say this and do this in your stream right now. And then, yeah, sure. Let's go over to Sydney. Yeah, Sydney, you're also not holding the guitar right. Your thumb is up over the neck here. Your fingers are curved in a really awkward way. Your wrist isn't down where it's supposed to be. This really isn't ideal, and you really should change that. Tip, you're also not holding the guitar properly. You should, it's like, I could go through here and spend all day, every day, just criticizing people. And it would all be true. And it would all be shitty. And inappropriate every single time. Your instrument's not tuned. It's like, what are they gonna do about it? Like, no one's gonna like that person. When it's true, it's still not good. If they're open to criticism, then I guess, but are you willing to do that? What if they say they're not? What if they say they just don't want to? Because it's not like you're open to criticism or you're not. It's black and white. Like, I went to school and studied music. Like, what do you think that is? It's just people telling you all sorts of things you don't know. You know, I've been in more master classes and stuff than I can count. All it is criticism. But with people, when I'm prepared to do it, with people I respect. And so this black and white way of looking at it, like, it just doesn't, it's literally not accurate. It's not even like, oh, it's your opinion, or it just doesn't work. And it's obnoxious. So. I hope the line that comes after that is not what I think it's going to be. How a musician can teach, what, if you can't criticize? Is that what you were going to type? So what do you think? Did you listen to what I said? Exactly. Garbly was listening. Right place, right time. The student is literally asking for it. Not only are they are paying large amounts of money for that person to essentially criticize them. Because they trust that teacher. This is what the situation, it's what it's supposed to be about. But I'm not your student and you're not my master. You are not my teacher. I don't respect your playing. I don't know who you are. I don't even know if you have fingers. Like, you could be doing a text that's be like, I don't know anything about you. Yeah, so this is, I'm gonna be totally honest here. You're thinking, you're not following. You're missing something major here. You're like totally missing the subtlety. You can criticize if it's wanted and it's stated, and that's what the two people want. The teacher wants to teach, the student wants to learn. You're not my teacher. I'm not your student. That's what people can't, and even explicitly stating this, it's actually not subjective at all. It's actually super incredibly objective. That's a weird thing to say. That's like literally not a true thing you just said. Am I paying you? Are you my teacher? Yes or no? Because the answer is you're not. I'm not even asking. That was like sort of a could be. Yeah, no, you actually can't be because you're not. You're literally, I don't know what to tell you. You're not my teacher. You're not my guitar teacher. I don't know how else to say this. Like, if you are, then I'm sorry for, I don't know, missing out on payments for the lessons that I didn't take with you. Like, am I paying you? Dude, you gotta like rethink this. You gotta like rethink this really hard. You gotta like think this a lot. If, you know, if I now do say so, here's some criticism. You gotta like, I don't know, you gotta like change this attitude. It's like, I sound like a parent, but like, that's, oh my God, Brock. I don't know what's, like, I don't know what's going on with this type of, like, thinking. You're in no position to be teaching like this. I don't understand. Well, people do that stuff too, Soul Vibes, all the time. That's why I took the, you know, backseat driving. That's where it comes from. And then backseat gaming. And then backseat musicians. So, like, this is not a Twitch thing specifically. It's not a music thing specifically. It's just what people do. They just need to, I don't know. Backseat, yeah, don't be a backseat Bob. Don't be a backseat Bobby. What it makes me think is that the people who tend to do that, and when I've done that the most, and had the strongest urges to do it, is when I've been doing the least in my life. And so instead of doing something myself, instead of taking responsibility for things, doing things that are going to make me happy, I just am kind of bitter and resentful, and are like, would just tell people things that are wrong with them. True things, although sometimes not, because what the hell do I know? Like, and all those words and all those things it wasn't me trying to help them out. It was just like, this is just me not being pleased with my situation. And I have a feeling, for the most part, that's the same here on Twitch, because there are tons of musicians, and the ones who are the best tend to just say the least. I mean, they essentially say nothing. And you may not even know they're musicians or that they know anything, because they don't go, their existence is not, their behavior is not based on making sure you know how great they are. But there's a ton of people, it's like kind of sad, like how common it is, that it seems like there's a whole lot of people who are just not happy. And go around critiquing musicians on Twitch, go around to streams, just do things. They're just not doing things themselves, or even attempting to do things themselves. So I noticed that, and I was like, holy shit, how about I stop making things worse, and I like do something for myself. Let me notice these terrible feelings. You go, oh, maybe this is a sign I should like change something. And I was like, oh, I need to focus on my own music and do my own stuff, because I'm sitting here just teaching all day long and just thinking about other musicians and just only thinking bad things. It's like, these musician hands, you could just tell. And so now, you know, again, unless it's a situation like this, because you could be like, oh, how ironic. Was this what brought you to Twitch? It absolutely was. Like, not even, I mean, like in a very literal way. I talked to my friend Richard Sage, who you know, and I was like, dude, I need to do something with music again. And, oh! What the hell? And he just, it wasn't even like, oh, yes, I just floated onto Twitch. It was literally like, dude, you're going to stream tomorrow and you're going to stream music. And it was like, oh, okay, like, because you clearly need to do something with music. You're clearly not happy not doing this, so why don't you do it? And I was like, okay, I'm going to try to do something for myself. Also, hey, Ajax. And that's what happened. And it was like, I'm going to stream literally the next day. Less than 24 hours later, boom, I started. You can even you can like actually see it in my stats. All of a sudden one day, boop. And now we're getting close to 4 years. It's just been constant. Quick someone else. I don't think I have that power, you know? I don't have the power to, you know, I mean I could talk about how much of an influence Amaranth was on my streaming, but the chances of her showing up right now. Ninja? Dude, what? So. Total content? Yeah, that's why I've been focusing on the YouTube stuff more. And then I gotta do, TikTok. Yes, that's right, Ani. I know. And put more stuff out everywhere. Just, you know, record an album. That's another thing that's really frustrating is like this stuff with my hands. I keep thinking about it and it's like so distracting. It makes me not like it doesn't make me want to record more. But I need a lot of like small me, yeah. We actually got to hang out at GDQ. Couldn't stream speedruns? Well, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I may have to do the same thing, because, like... it's like... Oh, it's like, torture some days. The days when it, like, feels worse, like, oh, God. Oh, she's here. I don't know. She's probably floating around on a pickle. That's what I've been seeing her doing the past couple days. Oh! Never mind, she's changing into a cute bikini. Never mind. Never mind. On a what? On a pickle. An inflatable pickle. Obviously. Not that I noticed. Not that I saw. Not that I was... Never been in her stream? Well, now you have. That's gonna be the thing. That's gonna be... So, let's see. Vol, how dare you say that? How dare you sexualize her body? What does that sign say up in the corner? Shameless? Oh, that's right. Oh, what's that? It says shameless? Oh, okay. So she can do whatever the hell whatever the hell she wants. Okay. Also, she has one of the best emotes on the platform. She has a heart emote straight from Ocarina of Time. This is a heart container in Ocarina of Time. Her emotes in general are amazing. But, so, you know. Hoggers, yeah, you like it? Dude, her emotes are great. Got a great set of emotes. I know I've used that joke before. So, what? What? How else am I supposed to refer to them? There's so many inappropriate jokes that are running through my mind. See, this is what I mean. You know how many, most of the things I'm thinking, I'm just not saying. I'm just silent. I'm just like, they're all getting shot down. They're just getting shot down. Pew, pew, pew. They're flying by, just getting knocked, just getting knocked over. It's getting knocked down. Like, yeah. No, I don't know. There's no way she uses Loctite on those nails. I'll have to check out. I mean, I've never really looked at her nails that much, or at all. Maybe not at all. Anyone say it out loud? Wait, what thing? 'Cause I feel like I said a bunch of stuff. To looking at a chick on a what? On a pickle? On a pickle? On a pickle? A chick on a pickle? That's right. Streamer, a top, a pickle. Is Tangent still Kame? Yep. Yep. I was gonna say chickle on a pickle. I was thinking it's like chick on a pick. Oh, wait. A bunch of other things just popped. Yep. Nope. Can't say those. Can't say those. Oh, okay. Okay. I see what you mean. Tess. Tesno Pesno. That's what it is. I haven't said your name yet, but Tesno maybe. But yeah, I do that. You just, again, sometimes it even gets as far as I type it out, and then it's like, it made it past, but it's like, oh, that final line of defense, like, yeah, is it worth the joke? It's like, it's probably not worth the joke. Again, if I'm with my friends, like, close friends in private, horrendous, terrible things will be said about each other, it's just like totally unfiltered, zero judgment awaiting. It's just like, I mean, so Bob, the thing is, like, and I think this is maybe why I don't work well sometimes in those situations, is like, I used to talk a lot more. Now I'm on stream, and so every streamer seems like they talk a lot, kind of, but this is because you have to. You're the only one. But I tend to just, like, wait. It's one of the things I liked about Twitch chat. It's like, you can be part of something and not awkwardly sit around sort of waiting, standing there. Because you are, but it's not awkward because no one sees you, and it's like, it's totally normal. So then when you have something that's, like, worth saying, you just get to chime in. Boom. Done. You chimed in, you, like, contributed. There's no force, like, oh, I've been standing in this circle of people or sitting at this table with people, and all these people, oh my god, I haven't said something in, like, 30 minutes. Whereas on Twitch, you could sit there for, like, 3 hours, and then, after 3 hours of lurking, be like, and you say that one thing, and it's like, oh, it's like, you know, maybe it's funny, maybe it really fits with the conversation, like, hey, I've been listening, but, like, I just wanted to say, like, you get those types of comments from people. Sometimes it's their very first comment in the stream. You can do that on Twitch. You can't like walk up to someone's table, you don't know them, sit down with them for 3 hours and not say a word or introduce yourself without them being like, and you're just like, and then 3 hours later you just go, that's what she said, and it's like, that's what you sound like? Oh, cool. I guess that was good timing for that. That's what she said. Good thing you waited. Wait, I'm in a nursing home? For all you know, you're sitting in a although, when you're on Twitch, you do kind of have to think about that. Legion, thank you for the 17-month resub. Because I don't know when people are watching, like, if this is what you meant, Scotty, like, sometimes people will be like, just here with, like, just here with my 6-year-old daughter. And it's like, no, not with the things I've been saying. Like, no. No. No, 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 no. Oh, hey, I'm here. It's like, oh, I'm here in the hospital. Like, the nurses are watching too or something. Like, what? There's people in a hospital? What? Like, yeah, damn. Oh, okay. Uh-oh. Then it's like, hey, I didn't put me on. So, what was I saying? Oh, unsolicited criticism. See mom on here? Yeah, and it's like, I have to kind of decide. Every streamer has to do it. That's why there's even a mature toggle. It probably is, Scotty. Probably is. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. Like, there's a mature because some people, it's like, wow, kids like are not expected to watch this. Like, this doesn't have to be appropriate for every situation. And there are some people who do that. They're gonna be like Claire's like the opposite. It's like, and I won't say the same thing. Like, I know Claire picks very well. I am not gonna say the same thing in her chat that I would say just in private. Like, not even close. She's the same person. I'm the same person. Whatever, our relationship hasn't, like, that aspect of it hasn't changed, but it's like, it's a different setting. And there's other people around. It's not how she wants it, so I'll respect that. And she has a good reason for it, too. So that's like... That's like what you do. I was gonna say as you get older, but like, geez, even when you're younger, you should probably try to do that. A clip context, former video himself while communicating in a text-based chat. Yeah, so we were kind of talking about that thing the other day, which is like, I don't know why I said it like that. The other day, as opposed to the other day. Where it's like, Twitch is just bizarre in general. Like, I think about that sometimes. Like, I don't know, my Uncle Paul is maybe still watching, I don't know. And I'm thinking, well, at least at the time when my aunt cheered the bits earlier in the stream, they're like, what are bits? And like, I can imagine them and my cousin being like, well, just explaining everything and being like, huh. Like, because people don't know, like, people just don't know. Because why would they? Twitch is so bizarre. Okay, also, are we listening to Part of Your World? You mod for a streamer? Dude, you mod for tons of streamers, right? Or at least, like, dude, a streamer? Mod for a bunch. You behave the same if you've been questioning how that's how people work. What part of, this is exactly what I asked last time. Well, what I could say, it's highly likely that there's at least some people who behave just like you, and that there are some people who don't. What I've realized is that, honestly, I think for the most part, I think I tend to behave differently a lot of the time. The same thing with like interests and stuff too. I mean, it's reflected even on Twitch. Just kind of enjoy. I don't know. I've kind of been like a weird person. Yeah, Rich, it would be really helpful. That's where, again, another sort of like editor thing who could go through and like clip out. I mean, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Like clip out like really quick, like get it all together. Not even necessarily anything crazy, but just like all the pauses, all the weird stuff, anything that's maybe not important, but behave the same way. I kind of know what you mean, Nick. I mean, and you could probably find similar types of behaviors in some areas of how a person could behave among people who do similar things. It even happens, you know, I've noticed a lot of speedrunners really like Super Smash Brothers Melee, and there's certain people who seem to be, there's certain groups within speedrunning that like naturally sort of form, and you wouldn't necessarily think they should go together, but they do, and that there's something that seems to be tying these people together, and it's not as simple as beating a game fast, because that's like the most surface level part of it, and it's not a good way to understand the idea of speedrunning. Like, yes, on the most, on the face of it, that's what you're trying to do, but that wouldn't help you understand at all. And rap stars. Yeah, and that's what happens. That's like, it's hard to, well, what I usually say to people is I just go like, have you ever seen like someone like live streaming thing on YouTube or Facebook or, Instagram or something? Because again, still, most people that I talk to are not familiar with the platform. And so I gotta explain it. And then you get the most common question. Is there anyone else? Are there any streamers who can back me up on this? One of the most common questions really early on is like, so like, how do you make money doing this? So like, do you get paid? So like, do they give you money? Like that like question, and it like tends to be in that voice too. So like, and you mention subs, and they're like, so what do they get? Like, it's just like, then you gotta explain. You gotta start explaining emotes and badges as a way of justifying. You gotta like, because I'm always like, yeah, and they get this badge, and like, trust me, it's really important. Like, I know it may not seem like much, but like these emotes and these badges, like, okay, so like, you have to explain more. Like on the surface, it's not like bits. Trying to explain bits to people. But that, unfortunately, that helps justify it. You can do that with, I'm going to a speedrunning convention. I'm going to Awesome Games Done Quick. What's that? It's a speedrunning convention. Oh wow, that seems like a waste of. No one's saying. Oh wow, that seems like a waste of time, and you and them everyone must be losers, and you should do something better with your time. Yeah, we raise money for a charity, and it's in the millions of dollars in a week. Oh my God, that's so like amazing that like you do that. It's like the second money gets involved, it's like it legitimizes whatever you do to people who have perhaps no other connection to it. Again, not everyone. Some people are just generally interested, and they don't ask that question. But like, that tends to be what happens, and so like the money legitimizes it. Ninja almost helped with that. You could be like, yeah, like. When he was like, was that like the peak craziness of just like, I'll tell it to people sometimes how much. I'll mention Amaranth and I'll talk about how much she makes. She makes like $1.5 million a month, somewhere around there. And yes, I said that right. You heard that right. And so saying something like that legitimizes things to people who don't have another connection to it. Yeah, it's the same thing with music. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And it's the type of ways you can get, because we've talked about this before too, that it's so, it's a way to invalidate something someone does, that it's only going to be worth something if you're able to make a bunch of money doing it, or I don't know, that's just kind of what the bottom line is. It's like the money thing makes and ruins it. Yeah, I mean, so I don't know. It seems like my understanding of like things, and I would say this for streaming, is that the money, I was talking earlier about how I get anxious about subs. It's like, the money doesn't do that. That's just a consequence. Like, it's not specific to this system or streaming. Like, that's just how it has to be. Like, I can't blame the metric. I can't blame the unit and the fact that there's a metric. Like, I can't blame that on streaming, for example. Which seems to happen a lot. So it's like, dude, it's gotta be there. It's like, it's gotta be a part of it. And there's something that's also important is distinguishing between, like, what your own goals are and if you're achieving those goals, and that I've talked about this a bunch, that any wanting of money is not necessarily greed, but that seems to be how things are. And it really does happen. So so that's like a perfect question. So I would say no. And I can justify that pretty easily. And if a person doesn't believe me, I don't believe them. I think they're just reacting to what I'm saying. So I don't make enough money to live on my own, support myself. I make less than minimum wage. So unless I really end up believing that a person goes, yeah, no, less than minimum wage is fine. That should be enough money for you. It's like, okay, if the person says that, I'm like getting this vibe that they really mean that. And I'm like, oh shit, I don't know what to say to this person. But that's probably not the case. It's probably not the case that they're going to say that. But if you don't specify, it's automatically, my impression is that people are turned off by that. Whenever you say any amount of something isn't enough, for some reason, I don't know, it seems like humans are instantly like, you greedy, materialistic person, you should just live off of love or something. Like, I don't know, like I don't know what they're thinking. I know what they're thinking, but you know, those are the people who are likely to say things like, you know, even if you just play music for one person and they like it, shouldn't that just make you happy? It's like, world. What? And so then that's where my joke of I can't pay the cashier with kind comments from Twitch chat. That'll be $76.25. All right. I'm just going to pull up the VOD from my last stream, and I'm just going to show you the things people were saying to me. I'm sure if I just tell me when to stop scrolling, and I'll just walk out with the... I'll just walk out with it. But this is me, by the way. I'm Schnaff. It's just a nickname a friend of mine gave me. But hold on a second. So this person followed me. This person really likes... Look at these people. They're actually laughing at what I'm saying. They really like... So you want more? Or like... Oh no, that's good enough to take the groceries. Okay, thanks. Where's your video editor? I don't have a video editor. I need a video editor. Thank you for paying the cashier with love. I gotta explain it to the cashier. So, you know. Yeah, I gotta reach out. I don't know. I get anxious about that stuff because I don't even know what I'm doing. I don't even know who to look for and how or whatever. I don't even like know how to ask almost. I feel like I'd get anxious just about tweeting something, which is why I've never done it. I should just send out a tweet like, I don't even know what to... can someone just like tell me everything about getting people, like hiring people for a stream and who you need and what you should pay them and what you should ask for and how it should go? Like, I don't know what I'm doing. Because why would I? Really, Scotty? I'd want to pay. I have to pay the person. It has to be like a real thing. I feel like they should deserve it anyway, but like it has to be like whatever I do, because sometimes it happens where it's like just kind of friends helping each other out, and like that's nice and stuff. But oftentimes I feel like maybe the pressure on both people isn't there when it's like boom, like you pay and it's like this is what we're doing. We're just gonna be like clear on how everything's going, and it's like nice, okay. Yeah, no one knows what they're doing. That's why and there's no set things that just like if you do this you are guaranteed to succeed. There are certainly things that are gonna make it better, and things certain things that increase the chance of making it better, and things that increase the chance of making it worse. And so you can do that, but you can't just be like, this is what you do, and if you just do this it'll work. Also, you have to, even if you are going to do something like that, you got to be more specific. Because most people give, again, like we were talking before about criticism and advice, we could just make it overall. We don't even have to say criticism, because that's technically like a skill or action-based thing. We could just say general advice. People will be like, social media. It's like, oh, let me just press the social media button. Is that how social media works? You just like, all right, I just did social media. I just did it today. Like, that's the response of someone who doesn't know any details and has never done the thing, and is just they're just talking out of their ass essentially. Just like, okay, fine. Then you got to tell the person, like, you either got to ignore the person, which they don't like, or you got to tell them they don't know what they're talking about. They don't like that. There's nothing. What do you think the ballers on here do for a living to gift thousands of subs to their streamers? Oh, I'm sure there's tons of different. I mean, you could say that about anything, right? Like when people are spending a lot of money doing anything anywhere in life, right? You know what I mean? I don't know what they do. I don't know. There could even be people who can't actually really afford it, and they're spending way outside their means. I have a feeling that happens a lot too. I don't know the numbers. This is really just pure guessing. This isn't even like anecdotal. This is just pure guessing. Didn't get this at. All right, Nick, I'll check that. That'll be a good sort of like marker. I know I don't have the VOD saved, but I'll see what time it is and what time it's at. So yeah. Spend more than make, because it's yeah, I mean that's how I feel like it's gonna be for most people, at least most of the time, at least starting out or something like that. Like if anyone has the idea that you just come on here and you press start stream and all of a sudden people just flood into your stream and just shower you with love and donations and subs and everything, it's like, yeah, that's just not how it works. There's maybe 0.0000001% of people where something kind of like that happens. I've seen it and I'm like, holy shit, what forces are at play here? You look, it's like, oh my god, they don't have any social media. There's no way for these people to know, okay, their camera looks terrible, their sound is terrible, their setup is weird, they're brand new, they're not a viewer, something that's connected to some other stream. They haven't braided. It's like, what the hell is happening? It's so weird. They have nothing. No, nothing on Spotify, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter. They don't have any. So this person literally just pressed start stream and people are flooding in. Oh my god, this is what everyone thinks happens. Like this is actually happening to this person. And like sometimes it happens, and I don't know. You could maybe theories on why that is, but yeah. But sometimes they're like not even really talented. Or at least there's nothing extraordinary about them. I'm just gonna be totally honest. Like, you can't look at the person and go, oh, well, yeah, of course this is happening. It's just like, how much do I expect to make? I don't know. Because I never expected to make anything in the first place. I wasn't doing it to be like a professional streamer. Again, that's actually how we got into the conversation, because I was saying I needed to do something with music because I was not happy, not focusing on music and just myself. I was doing what I thought was right, which is just like doing things for other people. So that took the form of teaching. So I just spent all my time focusing on teaching and stuff like that. And I was like, kind of made me feel guilty. I was like, am I just like a shitty person? Like, I didn't feel fulfilled or happy teaching kids. It's like, but you're changing young people's lives. It's like, yeah. It doesn't make me happy though. It's not that I don't care. It's just I don't care enough. Crocachino, hello. Nice to see you again. Welcome back. People liking you and wanting to come back every time you stream. Yeah, and there's gonna be lots of different things. It's definitely not. There's certainly not a direct correlation between talent and success, and that's music, art, gaming, anything like that. It's literally just not how that works. So, and then even personality, or you could say charisma, even that, I'm telling you, it's not that clear. It's not like if you just have the charisma. If you do, there are some weird, bizarre factors at play. Even sex appeal alone is not enough, but we also have to talk about a couple things that people seem to never talk about, which is a little frustrating, which is like, what does one mean by success, and what level of it are you getting? So it's like, I don't think it's good to just look at the lowest streamers. I don't think it's good to look at just who the top streamers are and base patterns and generalizations based on that. It's not good to even just look at the middle group, the average. It's like, you need to look as specifically as possible at the data to make the most specific observations and conclusions from it. So like, for example, we'll go back to now, you know, it was just sort of a joke before. Yeah, it's like, so we can do this. So Vol potentially look away, but well, this is for experimental purposes. Okay, she's doubled. Oh my God. Oh my God. What is she doing? First of all, that's a great idea, but so do you think that this would, okay, that's kind of funny. Do you think that this is probably the worst example, because this may be the most like original, I don't know, sort of thing that like, because there's work ethic stuff, but like there's actually something quite, I mean, we saw before. This is at least like creative, it's funny and stuff like that. Okay, so it was more like this, just like, so do you think that sex appeal has any factor in what's going on here? I mean, like, you know, like, so like, there is. But there are plenty of people. This may be the, there are plenty of people who will do the same thing who won't get to that level of success. In fact, no one really has or will, because that's why Amouranth is at the top. So like if we go to pools, hot tubs, and beaches, we go here, let's sort it by viewers high to low. So seemingly the same thing, correct? There's even a green floating thing. It's not a pickle, but 13.8 thousand viewers, 548. Now there are people who will get more viewers, but this is just at this moment. So what is this huge gap? What the hell? Is this person not as interesting as Amaranth? Is she not as, if sex appeal is the only thing, then you would have to say, well, Amaranth is sexier than this person, who is therefore sexier than this person. That's a guy on a whale. Then there's that, like, you can see it go down. Look, is this to an untrained eye, not even an untrained eye, but someone who's looking, it's like, well, this is the same thing, right? You got the pickle, you got there in the hot tub, there's, the background looks pretty similar, all that stuff. So what's the difference here? So it's like, clearly you just can't take off your clothes and stand in front of people and expect to have tens of thousands of people watch. Like, there are more people watching me now at this point than all these people we're looking at. So does that mean, so like, what does that mean? And if you try to, in my viewer list? Oh, I thought, oh, in the viewer list? Okay, so my numbers don't reflect it, but, you lose the contact. Well, some people, so we've talked about this a bit. We can maybe get into that. Oh, theirs. Okay. I see what you mean. I was like, really? In mine? So then what do you conclude? And it's tempting to conclude, to draw a single conclusion. You go like, I have to decide whether sex sells or whether it doesn't. I have to just, it's got to either be true or it's got to be false. But it's like, no, the questions, like, this happens way too much. With streaming, just kind of in life in general, it's like just because you pose a question, it doesn't mean it actually means something. Like, asking if sex sells, just like, does sex sell, with the implication that if you do something with sex is involved, you will become super famous and there's nothing else in between. Like, that's just not how that works. And like, we're seeing it here. So like, clearly it has some sort of effect. Clearly these streams would not be the same if the sexual part of it wasn't involved. But at the same time, there has to be something more than that. And we know there's something more than that, especially with the case with Amaranth. As Richard said before, she is like super hard work. And she has, from what I understand, and I've heard her talk and I see her social media presence, it's the most overwhelming like social media presence I've ever seen. Multiple super high traffic, high level accounts. YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, OnlyFans, TikTok, Twitch, just everything. Everything is just like at the highest level all the time. These people are empty. Well, she said that before, that she feels like all she just does is work and just time. She's like questioned like how much it's worth it. Now, it seems to at least be worth it at the moment to continue doing. I mean, it's like you can kind of bank a lot of that cash and just like retire early. Because again, the last I checked, less than a month ago, she was making more than $1.5 million a month. So that's like, how much are you willing to like, I feel empty, but my pockets don't feel empty. They don't really. Yeah, it's a lot of money, isn't it? Yep, that's a lot of money, ain't it? Yeah, it's no joke. That's no joke. That's no joke. Amaranth. But it's not just from her Twitch channel, although she does make a ton from it. That's you get. So like, and these things all feed in on each other too. So by being bigger on Twitch, it'll help grow the other things, which then feed back in and help Twitch, which helps YouTube, which helps OnlyFans, which helps all this, and they all just like, you're collecting everything from everyone, and they're all circulating around to different things. I mean, not every single person, There are going to be some people that are just consuming something from one platform or doing it more on this one and less on this one and maybe none on this other one. It's difficult to say, Coco, if I'm being totally honest. The reason I say that is because I could give you like 3 answers, sort of. 2 main answers. One is I literally can't tell you the truth because I don't think I'd know. I don't think I'm in the position to tell the truth. So an example of that is like, if you saw a burning building or something, would you run in? It's like, that's not a situation where you like think about it and make decisions. You don't know what you're gonna do in really extreme situations, whether it's life or death or something like this. Like, this is not an easily imaginable situation for me. So in that sense, I don't know what to tell you. So what you can do is try to think about your personality and perhaps some things that are analogous in the past. So what I could, man, that's a shitload of money. That's an insane amount of money. I've never had anything close to even a fraction of a percent. I mean, that's just so, that's a lot of money to me, at least. I don't know about you guys, what are you doing, but it's very difficult for me to say. What I can say though is that purely money, at least in some significant amount, won't sustain me, and I know that based on past experiences. Again, I gave up independence and a steady salary and all that stuff, a steady schedule, all that stuff. Teaching, I could have just done that. I would have been able to do that for life, essentially. I was not like, but the money on its own wasn't enough. And so the opposite sort of thing also works, where like, okay, so now you do something you really enjoy, but now you're not making enough money. Well, it's like, well, just that on its own isn't sustaining either. So perhaps, and I'm saying perhaps kind of as like in a snarky way, it's like, maybe, just maybe, for me at least, I need some combination of both. I think everyone does, perhaps. And the way it's weighted or how it's scaled, like, is going to be different depending on the person. So I have a feeling, based on my personality and decisions I've made, is that it seems like I am closer on the scale to the fulfilling thing, the non-monetary fulfilling side of things. That where I'm willing to have more of that and give up a little more of the money, as opposed to having the money be more heavily weighted and giving up feeling fulfilled by the other stuff. So that's what Captain's saying here, to path of least resistance. Some people do, like, that's super tempting too. And then even there you find this point where you're like, oh, this sucks, because things suck in life, and you go, is it worth the amount I'm getting for that? Can I use this money, or is this security or something? Do I have enough other things that that it outweighs that? And so that's maybe a larger way to put this, that life is filled with like necessary terrible things. They're just gonna, like, there's no way you're gonna go through life and escape anything really bad happening. Like, something's gonna happen. Maybe an event, maybe you have some sort of illness, maybe like something's gonna happen. You're gonna be in a situation that maybe just sucks in some way, like really is terrible. But you can't wait for, like, I'm gonna find the situation where there's nothing bad and everything is good and it's easy and it's just good. It's like, oh, okay. So the reason I'm saying this is because that's how I think about streaming too. It's like, I can't expect everything to be easy on this platform. I can't expect to just like go here, press start streaming, and be like, oh, all right, I don't need to do anything. Like, nothing bad. No, getting back to what we were saying before, it's like no one's gonna say anything bad to me either. I can't expect that. What I have to hope is that these things that I don't like doing, the like the self-promotion stuff, the kind of, I don't know, the attention grabbing things that I've never been a fan of doing myself or seeing other people do. Does that, and does the, at least at the moment, the lack of stable pay and stuff like that, the lack of any sort of secure future, does the nasty comments and bullshit you just have to deal with, is that worse than the positive things I get? And so the positive things, there are the monetary things. I do make some money from it. Again, not enough to sustain things, which is why I live with my parents. That brings a whole other set of issues. But and then there are things like, if you guys weren't watching and didn't say those nice things, those things that I can't pay for groceries with, I wouldn't be doing this. If it was just that's, I mean, you guys can see it whenever like the stream's really quiet and stuff like that. I just don't feel it's not enjoyable. So there's clearly there's clearly a huge component to this that doesn't involve money whatsoever. Again, the same thing with like playing. This is why that's so discouraging in this sense too, is that like, I'm not streaming like to become famous and to make money. It's like, I want to enjoy the things I'm doing on stream. So that involves interacting with people. So that's the viewer part of it. But then there is the actual playing thing for myself, regardless of whether you all enjoy it or not, which, you know, not that I shouldn't take that into consideration. I should, but I also can't help but take into consideration how I feel when I'm playing and how, you know, satisfying that is. And so it makes everything difficult when those things aren't going well. Now you have less stuff to fight against the doofuses in chat and the tech problems that you're going to have, the feelings of uncertainty and not knowing what you're going to do, because like we said before, there's no set plan. You don't just get a job at a streaming thing and boom, all of a sudden you're a streamer and you get paid a salary and you sit and then you get a pension. Like it's like, that's not how you get tenured streamer. So like, you're going to face that stuff. And some people more than others, both in terms of how it is in reality. Like, some people are just going to take more shit than others. They're going to have more unfair, what you could say, like, bad things happen to them. They won't grow as fast, stuff like that. They'll maybe deal with certain types of harassment that others won't, for no fault of their own. And maybe on the personal side of it, they maybe even respond to that worse than other people. Perhaps they find it difficult to let go of certain thoughts and ignore the people who say terrible things. Perhaps they let the numbers and stuff like that get to them too much instead of just observing it. Which is another thing. If you think for no reason that you just wouldn't be affected by numbers and you wouldn't attach anything personally or emotionally to it, it may be possible, but I just wouldn't be so sure, because I thought that too. I never had a Facebook. I never used social media. I literally just couldn't even comprehend the idea of caring about if someone watched you or liked what you did or whatever, until you start doing it and you care about it and you see that, like, it's not as simple as you think. But these are all things you have to take into consideration. I don't know. It's this stuff can be brutal. It's like listening to your future self. What I'm saying. I mean, maybe. I mean, I don't know. Right? You just followed the other day. I don't know. A few comments. I don't know you, and even if you said a whole bunch of stuff, like, how well do I know each person? Even then, you just like can't predict the future, because I don't know exactly what you're like. And even if I did, none of us know exactly how things are going to go for you. So there's no way to just know for sure. But that's what we want. Like, in life, we want to know what the right decisions are. You can't know that. Is this gonna work out? When's it gonna work out? Wait, when did Shell pop? I'm missing some stuff. Less qualified after 31 years. You could retire, so you're like, I'm retiring. Yep. Yeah, sometimes you have to make those decisions, and it's like, all right, to hell with it. These things are not, it's not worth it. Why do I think people suffer more than others? A lot of different reasons. Again, there's like two aspects to it, depending on how you sort of define suffering or something. So things that actually happen to them, and then the way the people perceive it. And so both of those are super important. Because you could have someone that has externally more, you could say like objectively bad things that happen, but they're really resilient, you know, like well-balanced, like well-balanced human. And they're able to like handle that stuff, and, you know, they seem to not suffer as much as maybe someone who doesn't have as much of that stuff, but they just really take things in a difficult way, and things really hit them hard. And it's tired. I think that's normal. Ajax. But yeah, it's too difficult to say why, I don't know, people suffer more than others. Sometimes it's just pure, a lot of it, the external factors, a lot of it can just be luck or, you know, misfortune. Sometimes things happen. Mayars, thank you for the 11 months. I hope you're still enjoying the emotes. Sometimes, like, I don't want to get into it because, like, it can get really, tragic. And I think about these things sometimes for myself. There's no benefit to doing this. It's really bad. Sometimes. Or you can just have everything in your life taken from you, essentially, like, and that could take a lot of different forms. No fault of your own, and there's no way anyone's ever going to be able to pay for it. It's going to be left on you to fix something that you didn't ask for, you could have never predicted, you did everything right, and bad things just happen. It's just like, holy shit. It seems to happen, I don't know if I can say a lot or a little. It's like, does that even matter? But like, it seems to be a part of life. If you think about all the things that could possibly happen, it's like, man, we're just like, I don't know. Oftentimes kind of dodging bullets like crazy. Talking about nude, I mean, I guess we kind of were. More like useful person, not really being in the spotlight. Yeah, I sound the same. Yeah, it's like, that's why it's like, I'd like to be able to do, I mean, it's nice to get recognition. I don't have to be, like, it's not the fame and fortune as we typically define those words. It's driving me. Like, that's just not, there are other ways to get more famous and have a greater fortune. But some of the things that are part of fame and fortune, like, again, the idea of like viewers and donations or something, like that's part of fame and fortune, but that's also part of just like making a living off of something. So, but like, I don't know, why wouldn't it feel good to have a lot of people like you or something? Like, I don't, what a crazy idea. Yeah, you want to feel like you're appreciated. Now, there's, again, obviously different levels to this. It's probably, I don't know, didn't study psychology, but it's probably not good to be totally reliant on other people
all the time, every moment, to feel appreciated, where you can get no satisfaction or validation from yourself. Then there's the other side, which seems like it'd be ideal, but I don't know if it's real, where you don't need any sort of validation or acceptance from any other humans outside of yourself. It's like, really? No one? No family, friends, colleagues, people, but you don't need anyone in your life? Like, you don't need to be appreciated by another human? Like, whoa. You sure about that? I mean, maybe, but like, I don't know. Are you sure? From what I've heard, is that people who win the lottery, it doesn't make them happier, and they're very likely to also just end up in the situation they were before winning the lottery. But we'll take that part out of it and maybe keep it more theoretical, which I think is maybe where you're coming from. I'm sorry, Crook. I know the feeling. I promise you I understand. Yeah, even those who stay rich. Yeah, so sometimes people use the money, but then even then it's like it seems to it seems to not make people happier. Okay. There's a different part, because there were actually some other things in that question. There was like the people hating them, and others work so hard. It's like that jealousy, man, like that's a very human thing. To be jealous of others, or you should actually technically say be envious, but of others in their situation. It's not really fair, but at the same time, what you're calling out is some sort of unfairness. Like, we tend to want to think these things like, if you've put in a certain amount of work, you deserve this much, and someone who puts in whatever percentage of that work deserves that percentage back. Like, that's how we like things to be. That's just not how it is, especially this realm that we're talking about of streaming, or just more generally content creation. It's just not how it works. It just, like, and everyone knows this, it's just not how it works. Now, that's more easier said than done if you're trying to, like, I'm a line ahead of myself. So you go, just like expect that, no, that's not going to be the case, and that'll fight against those urges of envy and stuff like that. It's like, that's easier said than done. There's something very deep about this fairness. We want to see the people who work hard succeed, and those who don't, we don't like it. I could come up with some sort of theories or something on the spot for why that may be, in terms of humans being tribal people or something like that. It would make a lot of sense, but that's not so important. What's important is that certainly is the way it is. Now, that being said, that those feelings are totally normal and expected, I don't think they're okay to have. I get really upset, and again, again, I get the same thoughts and stuff too, but I have to always keep myself, at least attempt as hard as I can to keep myself in check. Because, like, yo, what the hell? That person has it better than you? There's a couple ways you can go about this. You want everyone to be the same? How are you going to do that? That's impossible, for one. And what about you? You have it better than this person. So what? You suck? Like, this person didn't do anything. They have what you want. Like, they have what you're saying. This stuff is good. They have the good thing, the good situation, the situation you're striving for. So that must be a good situation. Like, for them. You're not mad at them. You're just mad that, like, you don't have it yourself. And I have to do that all the time. I see people with more than me, and the knee-jerk reaction is to be upset, or to perhaps look at something and go, you don't deserve this. I deserve it. Like, maybe not, but that actually isn't that's actually, like, not the most important thing. It's like, dude, that person didn't do anything wrong. Most of the time, I don't know. Maybe someone literally stole a bunch of stuff and then like punched an old lady in the process and like kidnapped a baby. In which case, then you can be mad, but that's not jealousy. You're like, oh, I wish I kidnapped that baby. Or maybe you did. I don't know. But you know what? I'm not here to judge. But the idea of like that situation tends to, I don't want to oversimplify things. I mean, what popped into my head was like a general well, a lot of like class type stuff is I guess what it comes down to, which is pretty deep in humans. This is not new to Twitch or something. Yeah, except dangerous to, yeah, I flat out just like don't agree with that. I just don't. It's not a way you can and the reason I say that is because it's not a way you can operate. So we'll take it out of that specific situation. It just does. I'm telling you, it doesn't work as a way to operate by focusing on people having more or less. It doesn't work. You can't even do it. You don't even know how to measure that stuff. You'd have to be able to equate, you'd have to find a conversion rate between money and life situations. Two people exactly the same, everything in their life. Stupid hypothetical situation. Exactly the same. Okay, one person's son dies. How much money do they need to have versus the person next to them who was identical for their lives to be equal again? And who's going to decide it? And who's going to agree on it? Because that situation will essentially come up. People have too much, we don't deserve. Yeah, I don't agree. At least in the sense that, like, I don't think that's a good way to approach. I don't think that leads to, how do you say? Like, I'm not sure I like that as a protocol or procedure to run on. I don't like that as programming to run on. It seems to because I thought that's what people, because how else are you going to match up people's lives? Isn't that the whole point? Isn't that what you were saying? A giant inheritance, because also how much is giant? How large is too large? There are way too many things that like need to be specific that can't be specific. You can't. We already run into these problems. But I don't even think. I don't even think this is important. In certain areas of life, it is really important. But what I'm saying is like looking at someone, because this is a big thing on Twitch. It's like looking at someone and being like, God, dude, like I hate you, Amaranth. You have this thing and you're not even doing this, and I'm out here streaming or whatever. It's like, who are you? Like, or why can't she? Is she taking away from me? It's like, how about you do your own thing? Or even if she is, how is that even helping you? So yeah, if someone was taking for you, that'd be, you know, understandable to be upset, but like, it's not going to be helpful. And again, I do not helpful stuff all the time. Trust me. I think things that are not constructive. I do things that aren't constructive. I do all sorts of things wrong. Like, I do these things wrong. But it doesn't mean I'm going to argue that they're good to do and that I'm right for doing them. I'm just a, faulty human like the rest of us who's subject to the same sets of feelings and emotions and responses and stuff like that. But you could even say she works, but what did she have to do? Like, these things are not, we don't have, we can't, these things keep getting off track because there's more to life and all these things than money, as we've just discussed. And we don't have a conversion factor we don't have a way to convert money to these types of things like health and well-being and stuff for the most part. And all right, take care, Tanya. And so it's just never gonna, like, you can try to do it kind of, but like, I don't think so. It's like a lot of problems. No, we can't. It doesn't, there's no way to, it won't work. It doesn't do, it's not gonna work. Welcome, Quinkin. So again, like what I need to do whenever I don't know if complain's the best word. We can even use the word complain. When I do this stuff on stream, I've said this, but what I hope is clear is that I'm not wondering why this stuff happens, and I'm not asking I'm not asking or expecting things to do different. I'm simply stating how I'm feeling. Sometimes I'm just upset at a situation and I'm saying it because it feels better to say it, or something like that. Or maybe people ask. Quinn, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. I do appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoying the conversation. I know a lot of the things I need to do. I have a lot of issues. Like, don't you get, like, I get it. Like, trust me. I know better than all of you the issues trust me. Trust me. So I can't look at these people and blame my problems on them. I could spend an infinite amount of time doing that. Just like I could spend an infinite amount of time critiquing people without them asking, as we were talking about before. To tie that in. Hello, Asgard. I know about Fiverr, yeah. But that's... Kazi, thank you for the 500 bits. I like how I've been having this serious conversation, but I've literally been... This is what I've been looking at the whole time. Chat and this. What? Damn it, I don't even have any water. But the thing is, I'm at least trying to at least believe what I'm saying, if that makes sense. I'm trying to do these things. I'm trying to act out at least what I believe, even if I fail along the way. Because I'm just failing like every day. In some form or another, for the most part. I'm not doing everything I'd like to be doing. I'm not doing everything I believe in every day all the time. But I feel pretty strongly that I do believe those things are right and that I'm at least trying. Trying to do as many things, like looking inward to fix what I see as... People don't like the word wrong. I just want to say wrong. because I don't think I mean it how most people think, but like to be a person, I want to be a better person than I am now. I want to be a much better person than I am now. This is not, I hope this is not peak me in terms of physical health, mental health, physical well-being. I meant like the chronic illness things versus like being in shape and stuff like that. Because I realize those sound very similar, but skills, success in different things, where I'd like to be as like a person in terms of having like relationships with people. Like this is not, is it like, holy shit, I hope this is not the pinnacle of my life and my existence. So I would hope that if you guys cared, that like you'd want me to change and be different. So I'm trying to do those things, and like I'm definitely struggling in the process. Like this stuff is not easy. But I just hope that people understand, and some people don't. Again, someone yesterday, I'll just say, because they're probably not listening. For hot pants, I know it's the one thing. Well, Captain, you're the one. Hot pants. What you didn't realize is we just need no pants at all. What are you talking about? That's a. How come you didn't tell me about the hot tub stuff before it happened? I could have been ahead of the curve. That could have been my shot. I could have rode the wave. I missed it, and I blame Captain. If there's one thing you take from all this, any mistakes or things that happen wrong with you, as quickly as possibly, blame someone else for it. All right. So like I'm here fumbling around on stream, trying to figure stuff out instead of just giving up and waiting till things are perfect or even better. I don't know how long this stuff is going to take. So I'm just trying to do all this in the meantime and not give up because things are difficult. Because they are. Scotty, are you here? Should I read the message that was sent to someone else? Because I feel like this is a type of thinking. And this like stuff, because this stuff gets into my head sometimes. Someone, you are? I just don't want, I wouldn't want the person who got the message sent to them. I wouldn't want to put them in a weird place or something, right? You know what I mean? But it's like something I'd like people to know. And I hope, I don't think anyone who's listening right now, at least I hope, does not take the view of this person. I mean, it really would be a mistake. Which is that like, you don't see everything on stream, as much as I even say too, but even if you're here every day, all the time, you still don't see everything. Trust me, you don't see everything. And there are people who are quick to make judgments and go like, well, you're doing this thing, everything seems fine. You're getting money for free. Is that how they put it, right? You're on a free platform and people just give you money. And it's like, so what do you have to worry about? It's like, wow, that is just so the wrong attitude. And so I don't think anyone, well, geez, I hope none of you think that. But maybe there's like, oh, you could be doing more. Or if you only did this or something, it's like, yeah, I agree with you. And I'm trying. And all these things I'm saying right now are things I'm also like saying to myself. So just in case you thought I was up here preaching down to you, this is like, I'm just guilty of all this. And they's giving it, yeah, that's why I think I don't know, the person who was speaking, the person who sent this message was not, didn't think a lot. It wasn't a good take. It was like, dude, this is your take? All right, okay, that's not how this works. But, so, I don't know. I'm trying to fix things as I go along because my real a big issue I'd have, you know, overthinking stuff. That's typically inaction because you're waiting to have the right decision and make sure everything's perfect before you do anything. So I'm trying to not do that with streaming or really just like anything in my life anymore, which doesn't mean you just do dumb stuff and haphazardly jump into stuff, but like, you know, it's like quit and come back when you're just like totally healthy and happy. It's like, what? That's not. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that's a good idea. Maybe it is, but I don't think it is. I don't think it is, and that's for a lot of different reasons. But okay, so I've been yapping for like 3 hours or something. Literally 2.5 hours. So, and I've been looking at Amaranth on a Pickle for most of it. I have to go to the bathroom. I should also eat food. Also, I'm gonna be back tomorrow anyway. And speaking of stuff, there's stuff I got to do. Things I got to do to make myself better. I didn't exercise today, but that was for. I got to do some other work to make things better because I just got to do it. I got to do it. So that's me. You know. That's me sort of going like, I'm gonna take my own advice on this stuff if you didn't believe me, or if you want, you know, I mean this literally, if you're always, anyone can feel free to DM me if they're curious about some of these things that I ambiguously like talk about, and you're like, what is he talking? I don't know if you want to know the details, you'll like watch out, because I might just give you the details and you're like, oh my god, why did he just write a autobiography and send it to me on Discord? How can you even type this much text? So, you know. Yo, what's up, Toga? Schnaf Gaming, thank you for the 100 subs. Everything is a... Thanks, Croc. I mean, I think so. That's why I said them, at least. Now, I can almost be sure that at least one of those things must be wrong, like statistically. Maybe not. Doesn't have to be, but like 30 years from now, I'm going to look back and be like, yeah, everything that was said then that I thought was correct. Like, I think it's at least going in a better direction than where I was, let's say, 20 years ago. I was a teenager. DM me just to bother me? Man, I guess you can. So, let's do this. Tesno said, any shoutouts? We'll do this. We're just gonna raid someone. That'll be the, instead of trying to shout out every person who, like, you could say is, you know, worthy of a shout out. So that'll take forever. Little big whale. Actually, let me do this. I gotta run really quick because I gotta do the ending song too. I guess I gotta go to the bathroom really fast. I'll be back. Hey, Noel. There are a few people. There are quite a few people to raid. Oh, jeez. So here's someone literally never had the opportunity to raid. Right? Even almost did one time, but she raided us back as I was watching her stream getting ready to raid. And that is, this person was in the stream earlier. Seals the Apple. April. She's another one of the guitar 45-degree angle guitar crew, but right now she's playing a lute. I'll be back tomorrow at 6 for a totally crazy, wacky, wild birthday stream. Exactly. That's actually not in tune. I rated you, so... Hey, what's up, Attack Guy? That's right. Virgo, baby. September 14th? Yes. Thanks, Tesno. It's not even like... Yeah, exactly. It's just like, let me just give information to you. It's like, wow, that's not how humans really interact with each other, but okay. It's hard to kind of describe how I feel, if that makes sense. Not even like... I mean, on a day-to-day basis, yeah, I wasn't maybe feeling the best today for a couple different reasons, but in terms of things being like much better, it'll take a long time still, I'm pretty sure, to try to fix like a lot of the major issues I have in life. So I hope no one expects, this is for two reasons. One, I hope no one expects I'm back tomorrow like, what's up guys, what's going on, welcome to the stream, everything, hope you guys are killing it, because I'm killing it and everything's awesome, and that's like, well, that's probably never gonna happen, but you know, something closer to that, like, that's not gonna happen tomorrow. So but I will be here, like, that's, you can, and I will be doing my best from now until then, and then I'm gonna be doing my best. So I guess I just ask for people to continue to be, if you're new, just be patient. If you've been patient and you've been around for a while, then continue to be patient as I fumble through life and try to not make bad decisions. That's what I got for you, right? Hopeful, inspirational. Oh my gosh. Totally hype. All right. Hey, Patui. I'll wait for you. See ya. You don't get it. I'm not here to change your life. I'm not here to. We're not doing this. Yep. Have fun. Grow up. Yeah, it's like the first thing they come back with was more jokes, and not even real jokes. Soon, that's relative. When is that going to be? Keep clicking, blah, blah, ha, ha, ha. Cute little face. Oh, I'm so funny, so that makes it okay. It's like, dude, you make things worse. Just change yourself. Be different. Please. Just for, like, everybody's sake. Just, like, I don't know. Be different in some different ways. Before you make other people's situations worse. Yeah. Because apparently you can't read people's faces or listen to their words or have any sense of anything. You're probably, I hope you're like in your teens, maybe early 20s or something. I pray. Because if not, that'd actually be kind of creepy. But so, hopefully you'll grow up one day. Okay, on that positive note. So thank you for all the hearts. Thank you for everyone for watching and lurking and listening and chatting, and the people who subbed and gifted subs and bits. Everything I do, appreciate it. It certainly helps. It's not gonna fix my life, but it certainly doesn't hurt things. So. I hope that at least. I feel like that's something I need to stress. Like, I don't want you to look and be like, "What? Why isn't he happy? Look at all the hearts." Like, it helps. So I keep again. I'll keep showing up. So, Mabel, hello. Thanks, Quinn. That's our ending song we do before the, well, stream ends. So, okay. Today was a strange one, but that's all right. Thank you, Fair. Yeah, copy those raid calls. Oh, I put up a new video on YouTube. This one's like way different than the other ones. It still has that like atmospheric vibe, but it's way different than the other stuff so far. It's pretty wild, actually, if I'm being totally honest. Yeah. Oh my god, what day is it? Okay, I'll be back tomorrow at 6. Thanks, Soul. Yeah, it's gonna be different than that in a lot of ways. For one, it's like using partly the keyboard, but also the guitar, and then also my voice, but I'm not like singing songs. It's weird. So April, aka Seals the Apple. It's like Seals Apple. Is someone who's been again part of the classical guitar crew. Is a big supporter of the stream. She plays some other instruments, like lute and viola. It's like some of the gamba instruments. So we shall say hey to April. Thank you everyone for coming out. I will see you tomorrow. Take care.